Oh, hello. Hello, Helper. How you doing? I'm doing alright, I guess. Well, that's good to hear. So, hello again, everyone, after a day out. And hello to Naza. How are you doing? So, this will be a mapping stream tonight. And I will be doing some mapping. I have a couple of ideas for what to do with the final room, somewhat. So I do have a couple of suggestions, but before we start tonight's mapping, I thought I would take this opportunity to revisit an old WOD that I played a year ago, which is this one by Naza, called The Misjudged Massacre, which I did actually play when it came out. Pretty sure. Just checking for the thread. So yeah, I played it on April the 22nd last year. And I said at the time I was playing the 4-map work in progress. The 4 maps were pretty good on the whole, with a variety of usage from the CT4 text library. Perhaps this time a full megawatt will be completed by the author. So I did playtest this a year ago, almost a year and a half ago actually. Hey, thanks to 25 bits in the host Ward Misfit. How you doing tonight? So I thought it was fitting that I would play this tonight because, as has been mentioned in the very last post of this thread, and was sort of mentioned last night during the mapping stream, Naza is going to be taking a break from the Doom community. And because of that, they will be relinquishing I suppose you call it the ownership of the Iron Man League. And that means there will be new management of it going into the new year. But that aside, it also means that Naza will be no longer in the Doom community for a little bit as they take a break. They're not really going to comment much on it, so we're not really going to ask about it. We're just going to play this WOD as a reminder of what we will be missing in terms of mapping ability. So the original thread states, I present Misjudged Massacre. It was going to be a full 32 level mega WOD. It wasn't going to be a very difficult WOD, kinda hell revealed here. The first few maps aren't very difficult, but around map 7 or so, things would have changed a lot and would have gradually got more difficult. It uses Duke 3D music almost exclusively because of some nice gems, but people constantly overlook Duke 3D as grabbag.mid is the only mid associating them with Duke 3D. I want to show that game had many good mid files that do fit in Doom. You probably know about Plasma and RGs already. The progression that the maps follow isn't a copy of Base City Hell. It's more like Sandy run over tech bases. So it's essentially 6 maps, of which 5 of them are actually finished, and one of them will be an unfinished sort of map from this. So this actually got an update a few hours ago, so Naza has been quite busy, ironically, in preparing to leave the Doom community for a bit, in updating and hotfixing this WOD. And so here we are. I guess we will stick to the boom strict compatibility. I have disabled all the testing things, so yes, we will play. Oh, hey, look, there's Crouch's Wood. That's a thing. Didn't really want my last thingy for a while to be a buggy unfinished thing, even if it's vanilla. So this is called Haven. Yeah, fair enough. So, Naza has had plenty of experience, a fair bit of experience I should say, with mapping prior to this. They were, when they first came, I remember them fondly for setting up the, there's lighting, looks nice. I wish I could have bothered to have the time to set up lighting like this. But not to be. Oh well. But yeah, Naza was setting up something called the Ward Project a few years ago. The other attempted a full Mega Ward. And they've also made maps for quite a few speed mapping sessions as well. You know, I do remember your maps from some of the Eagle speed mapping sessions in the past. So, basically Naza's made a few decent maps. That's what I'm saying. I like this palette swap that you've done. This light blue palette swap is a lot of death enemies there. Ah, jeez. I took so much damage in there. Palette is from Serial Killer. You're going to find all the secrets for some nice rewards. Oh, look at that. The Hell Revealed, sort of homage-ish area. Kind of. I will attempt to find some secrets. Hey Naza, how's it going? You love vanilla projects like this, you're looking forward to playing it. Hello there, Robot Fellas, how's it going? There will be some mapping tonight, but I'm just sort of taking a very brief aside, all 6 maps, to sort of revisit a map set I played last year, since Naza is going to be taking a break from the Doom community, and oh, there's Naza's name. The mapping signature. How cute. Oh, there we go. What? Misfit, as soon as I finish mapping, I won't be stopping playing Doom, I'm really desperate to play some of these CAC Awards winners, to be honest. At least fucking block map. Can he even get to the... through the... Ask Crunchy a while ago if he could use it. Fucking Pinky's just getting in the way here. Ugh. Yeah, I know, I need to get back to the non-Doom stuff as well. I'll see how I feel and how much time I get spare after. The mapping is not going to be done. Even if I was to get the final area done tonight, I've got a lot of polishing work to do. But I am seriously hoping to have the map sort of done by the end of the week. Or at least be very, 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 very close to it. Well, it appears that I have found the exit. I wonder if there's a way to find the second secret somewhere. Oh. And a rather interesting choice of intermission MIDI. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire music? Of all things. And if anyone is interested in playing this, there's the link. It has been around for a while, but it has recently received some polish and a bit of update. So feel free to play it, you know. No, I kind of like this sort of quirky intermission choice. It suits, you know, scratching the surface. And hey, what? We have some continuity from the previous level, which is always nice to see. You thought this prompts the player up more. Ooh, I like this coloured thing on the wall. That's nice. Berserk and something to use it on. Always good. I mean, the detailing here is pretty decent, honestly. Hey, Ostinato. Merry Christmas. Yeah. Well, we're getting there. I can only really start to celebrate Christmas on the 18th when I'm off work for 2 weeks. Whoops. Oh, 2 different ways to get out here. Cool. Nice big open room. So when you were creating this, what was your quiet bird, but this plains are a bitch. Sometimes it is nice just to have a big open area like this. You know, some of the time. It's a trap! I'd like to find the other secret possibly in this map. So, when you were making this map set, what were your inspirations, if any, for this? I don't know whether I covered this when I don't know if you were around at the time of the original playthrough a year ago or not. So you wanted to get unconventional in this next part. Fucking block map, please. This is why nobody likes playing with the fucking vanilla hitboxes. Because of fucking bullshit like this. God, I could hate that. I used to love Berserk. It really is tiresome though when like, oh, I'm trying to punch the enemy. Oh, sorry, the game decides that it just gonna clip straight through the middle of them. It's fucking stupid. The fucking block map bug. Player thinks the card opens a trap, but it's really the rocket launcher that triggers it. Oh, okay. So, in most of the cases, that means the players would probably pick up the weapon first, then. Some good thinking there. Although I see your point, it is predictable, though. Oh. A secret, huh? Wait, there's a secret, but there's also a... whatever. Fun fact, that Mega Armor secret gets locked out. Decoration blocking projectiles. Tisk tisk. Alright, so I was lucky to get it then, basically, is what you say. Well, I'm not gonna lie, it was a helpful one to acquire. guessing we might just have accessed the something in here, maybe. Oh yeah! The staircase covers up the secret location now. That's interesting. But yeah, you're right. There was a... Oh. Kind of locked off the secret there. But you can't fully get up there without finding yet another secret nesting in the areas. How is work going, John? Work is, it's going okay, Alstonado. It's the last week. I mean, I have been enjoying the new job so far. I'm gonna have to pass on this secret, I'm afraid. I'm kind of surprised you've actually not tagged that as a secret to itself. The Soul Sphere. I'm surprised that's not tagged as a secret, to be honest. It's a bit... I forgot to if I did the before secrets. Oh well. I've got a... I'll be fine without the Soul Spear, I think. So, Again, I like the continuity here. Path to freedom. But yeah, I like your thinking of having the different traps, but ultimately it's kind of a case of what really can you booby trap that like is of effect. You know, I like the idea that you're thinking like, oh, it's a bit predictable having a key trap, so I'll have the trap on the rocket launcher. It's a bit like the argument of limited ideas to some extent. Like, you know, when people go on about tropes and stuff like that. This map has a gimmick in it which there's no demon is set to ambush, for instance, so they hold you when they hear you. Alright, cool. absolutely wasn't meant to be survivable. Wait, that wasn't meant to be survivable. Without being slow. Oh, okay. But there's a hidden raid suit, so yeah. I was supposed to die. Naza wanted blood. Blood and fury and stuff like that. I have to admit, when I first started out making my map, my idea was to make a map that was small scale, and that didn't last very long. You know, my idea of a 5 to 10 minute map became, oh fuck it, let's just have a big fight in the final room, sort of thing. But we're too far in now, so you know I gotta see my idea through to the end. No, not yet, Osinado, but we're close. Oh yeah, this is the almost the texture gallery type room here. Almost. No! Gee, what were they? Min-damaged rockets? That backtrap shot would also be somewhat unconventional. How so, Naza? Well, I guess, sure. Nice player directing there. just want to. I did just want to check if that was a pain sector or not. Whoa! Let's not do that. It's additional hurt for. I seem to have already activated whatever's going to come at me after this part. Ah! 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 Huh, some strange whited corners there. Two of them, in fact. Oh, right, okay. They look a bit. I thought it might be a secret clue again. But. Alright. Is that another unconventional choice? That the exit is a teleport, but the enemy disappears from immediately? A shock factor thing. Guess it might have worked a bit better if the enemy had actually been Well, I guess for me, the Pinky just kind of gave away that it was a teleport in the first place. But hey, you know. So yeah, these maps are pretty okay sort of things. You'd expect someone tougher to teleport away. Depends on the map set, Naza, to be honest with you there. Honestly. What, there's Naza. The mapping signature. Jesus, I just realised I need a mapping signature as well. I need a mapping signature. Oh! Huh, that's a nicely placed secret. Can I get around the other side here? No. The props do a good job of blocking that off. Oh, I think I vaguely recall some of this one. This map is somewhat bare, but you think it's quite fun. Also here, or somewhat surprising, the key is hidden behind a monster closet. Oh yeah, so it is. Lots of nice little windows in this. Whilst those coming out of dead bodies trope. Yeah. Oh no, I shouldn't have. Fuck you. Oh! The previous level. Oh, that's kind of a cool thing. A secret leading back to the previous level. Like that. Very nice. It also fits on the map. Fucking pinkies. Ah! Yeah, I guess. Wow. Oh boy, the map's giving away this one. maybe not perhaps the intended route of returning, though. Interested that you make the player go through a side passage to get back to where they're supposed to be. What? Okay. That was a bit weird. Oh, I see. Creepy thing that occurred every 5 or so levels of each time with one less player. And I guess you'd have lighting changes, background changes and stuff like that. Alright, well, this is new ground for me because the work in progress I played previously was only 4 maps. So the next 2 maps I've not seen before. But generally the maps I played were just decent. So this is obviously unfinished, and I think will remain unfinished forever. Maybe not. Yeah, this is and then got continuation from the previous level again. The map would have started through here and stuff like that. At least the exit works. Alright, well, that was an easy map. And then this map is map 6, which does have something going on in it. Depths. Oh, I hope not. This project looks great. Gonna leave that Zerg, I think. This map has a very difficult final encounter. Well, it's worth noting that Naza does intend to come back, possibly. But you are taking a break for now, which is fair enough. I know I've had to take... Well, actually, it was more of a general live streaming break. I don't think I've taken a break from the Doom community yet. Hey, man with a gun. How you doing? We are currently playing the work in progress Unjudged Massacre. Sorry, Misjudged Massacre, I should say. By Naza. I sort of doing this as a sort of a fitting temporary farewell of sorts. Yeah, I played the 4 map work in progress last year in April. But since Naza's taking a break and after what happened last night, I felt I would revisit this just to remind myself of what I'm going to be missing. Oh, this looks cool. really play over woods. Why are the cacodemons up there? Damn it, that shouldn't have happened. Oh no, Naza's gonna have to fix this again. If we just keep Naza busy with updating the WOD and fixing bugs, he will never leave. He will not be able to leave. What's gonna happen here then? Nothing. Yeah, we have a the serial killer palette, so we are using the light blues are accentuated. Kind of feel like you might have missed a trick there, since you're trying to go for the unconventional. Like maybe one of these wasn't actually a window, but is a window that has an enemy on it, like a chain gunner that surprises the player. Oh, retext map 2 from your older Journey to Despair. Oh, you're trying to be sneaky, are you? We don't do sneaky skeletons around here. We just don't do skeletons. Oh, wow. That took a while to align. The windows, close to avoid PPOs. I'm guessing they can be reopened, right? Or whatever. Alright, cool. Here we go. And here come the pinkies. Yeah, you said that there's going to be a harder... Oh. Found some kind of switch there. Oh. And there's a switch that does something. Would have been more difficult with the cacos. Whee! Oh, I see. So the Cacos would have been in the fight as well, and then... Ah! Now we have strange floating invisible candles. Very nice. Well, that is that. A new map, which was also decent enough. Oh, we have different texts. As you flip this switch, you exit the map. Unexpected, right? A lot of things that happen these days are truly unexpected. Nobody expected this situation. Nobody expected me to release a new level. Yet, here we are. Again, I didn't meet my goal of finishing a Megawad, but let's be real. Who thought I would? I don't doubt nobody. I never finish anything, and so, in such a somber way, I leave. And my final Doom World Testament remains an unfinished project. Well, I didn't think this was going to be the text I'd see at the end. And here's dead simple. Oh wow, even the invisibility orb has an O on it. Alright, we know we deal with dead simple. It's dead simple. Ha 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 ha. So, that was Misjudged Massacre by Naza. What did we all think of this version of it? Gotta love that H2O. I thought it was rather sweet. I might be a bit biased, though. Well, as I probably said a year and a half ago, an interesting sort of work in progress, if you will. Very simple maps with some few unconventional quirks. I feel that the main thing, I don't know if this is just me, but if you had not have been here explaining these unconventional quirks, I don't think I'd have noticed a lot of them. I don't know if that's sort of a criticism or an observation or somewhere in between, but I felt that for all the admirable effort to have unconventional things happen in the WoD, playing it out, it doesn't really stand out. You know, if I had been in that area with the rocket launcher instead of the yellow keycard, I may or may not have noticed the difference, perhaps. I really like how clean it looks. Yeah, it's a very clean looking WoD. You know, I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing that you're trying to do these unconventional sort of things, and maybe some players will notice them more than others. It just feels that, like, if it's going to be something quirky, it needs to be noticeably quirky. You know, not something that, like, feels like it would have happened anyway. Sort of thing. But it doesn't really detract from the WoD's basic quality. It's not exactly, you know, it's basic levels with some nice architecture, a lot of different texture usages, helped by the fact you had a large texture pack to work with some decent Duke Nukem 3D music, some nice continuity between levels, and it played very simply, and it was fine to play. Not necessarily outstanding in any particular manner, but at least it was fun to play and not too difficult at all, with occasional attempts to be unconventional. I think if you ever what am I saying? I think when you do return to the Doom community and you do resume mapping, you would need to find a way to make your unconventional quirkiness stick out more, so that the player is going to notice it and it impacts gameplay a bit more significantly. Because the idea of trying that kind of stuff is in itself a good idea. And it's certainly been proven in the past with your speed map entries and with this and whatever else you've done, that you are capable of making an average playable map. We're not having to go through the whole, we need to talk about texture alignment or, don't make boxy corridors sort of phase. We're in the, we're an average mapper and now we need to, do the things or whatever to stick out and bump it up to the next level or whatever that is. But that will be another conversation for another time in the future, hopefully. So yeah, hopefully this is not a farewell. Hopefully you will come back and, I still consider myself a newbie. Never really shot to be the maker of the year, and I just make what I personally am satisfied with. And honestly, that's a good perspective to take on mapping in general. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I want to segue into a point from this, because I kind of want to focus this about Naza's departure for a bit, but generally there's a lot of people there are mappers right now who feel that their stuff isn't getting noticed, especially around CAC Awards season when the CAC Awards are out, and some people have put effort into things around and haven't been mentioned, and it does bum them out. I think really, first and foremost, a mapper should be making a map that they themselves would enjoy and want to play, regardless of what that skill level is of the mapper. I think it's good enough for the first levels, considering it would have had more. You consider the world project to be better than Mental Mori, so there's that. Yeah. And I think mainly, as I say again, I know that you've learnt not to make a megawad, a whole 32 map deal. It cannot be stated enough that ARD, yeah, I guess so. Being 2020 really hurts too. That's in a lot of elements, but still, the problem of mappers not getting their work notice is not exactly a new issue. But I'll sort of delve onto that point. So I can start doing it now as I transition to the mapping stream part of this stream. Yeah. You definitely don't want to be making 32 map megawads. If anything, I generally sense that players nowadays are more inclined to enjoy shorter map sets. Because unless the 32 map megawad is the tradition, but it's the tradition that requires you to be really good at what you do and have the ability to generate 32 different ideas, make them work, and so forth. And I know that a lot of new mappers still continue to fall into that trap of saying, I want to make a 32 map megawad, I want to make it the big deal, and then they get to about 2 or 3 maps into it, they run out of ideas, they hit a mapper's block, they collapse, and then that's it. The megawad dies a horrible, painful death before it's even started. Speed mapping sessions are a good way to give a nice mappers a general spotlight, maybe. Yeah, that's why I kind of miss what Eagle and Pigeon used to do. Although there are speed mapping sessions that still occur. For example, the Hellforge sessions that Bridge runs are speed mapping sessions. Ass is back. Ass actually returned, so that used to be the big one. joy of mapping used to be about speed mapping sort of thing until it stopped being a thing. But I think there are enough C community projects around for players to get a chance if they are willing to do so. No, not at all. I like playing Megawards. I'm saying is that if you're starting out, a Megawad demands 32 maps of good quality. It's a long slog sometimes, unless it's like designed to be really short, like a Perdition's Gate, a UAC Ultra, a TVR, or something else. You know, or Demon Gate. Oh, fuck it. And that's not the one I meant. I meant something else, but anyway. Well, yeah, I'd agree. I think it is just for the sake of the mapper themselves. You definitely need to stop having this idea that you need to release 32 maps. In fact, you need to stop having this idea that as a starter mapper, you even need to release anything longer than maybe 3 or 4. You know, if your maps are good, just release like 1 or 2 even. Just, you know, don't think that numbers and having people play through 17, 18 maps is a sign of quality when it isn't. It's about the quality of the map itself. And I think people are starting to get the gist of that now, as just in general, just a general feeling I get on that regard. Man, Speed Map Megawad, Brainstorm Megawad, who cares another story? It has at least perfect card pentagrams, it's quite a project. You know, it's all about different sort of, you know, what you're comfortable with, I suppose, and what you enjoy doing. You know, there's all kinds of things. Slaughter mappers make slaughter maps. People who like making simple maps will make simple maps. People who like making adventure maps will lose their minds and make adventure maps. Insane Gazebo is a crazy lunatic that escaped from the asylum and is still making maps somehow. You know, people who like to spend a lot of time looking at numbers and coding and pretty furries. Hi, Lord Misfit, how you doing, by the way? Will make technically intense wads with a lot of interesting quirks to them. I've been here! You know, programmers will make programming type wads, i.e. technical was depth up the wazoo. Hence why you had the stuff like, you know, people make what they enjoy. So, yeah. Anyway, so this is the farewell for now from Naza. At least they actually sort of updated this, which is nice. I don't know if you'll be updating this again one more time based on this full stream, but hopefully this won't be the final farewell, and maybe you'll come back next year and maybe you'll, or whatever, and you'll find your new impetus and will continue doing whatever you do, you know. And at least you won't have to worry about managing the Iron Man League. You can just get on with mapping or enjoying playing stuff yourself. Well, that's up to you, Naza. If you want to change your name, you do that, you know. But yeah, you do you, I guess. Anyway, that was that. So, you know, it's good stuff. You know, it's not like mind blowing, but it's going to be. Yeah, we had this last night. This is why I'm sort of doing this at the beginning of a mapping stream. Basically, for this month, I've been asking where the Iron Man League has been. Turns out Naza has been you've been planning to sort of take a break from the Doom community for a while, and that is what they've decided to do. So, yeah. That is that. It was fun to play it again, I suppose. Actually, no, I'm going to restore that. I'll pop it in later. Right, so now we need to open up the Doom Builder and begin on with the main, the mapping part of this. So, whoop, you're going in the corner. And whoop, you're going on. And there we go. It's mapping time. Let's open up my map with its 10 backups at this point. And let's get some... You want SNES Doom? Really? We're going back to the SNES Doom, are we? Fine, whatever. Wow, holy shit, the SNES Doom 995 OST. Cool. Great. Right, so here we are. You'll keep an eye on this project if you want to keep working it when you come back. You really like it so far. Yeah. Alright, so here we are. Here's the current state of the final room. It is looking absolutely sorta-tastic, which is kind of the point. So, thanks. Thank you very much for playing it too. Maybe we'll play your map. That looks quite intriguing. Finally, so it causes a headache, although there will be difficulty settings. Just to clarify, this is going to have difficulty settings at the end of it. I am basically mapping for ultra-violence difficulty, and I'll be lowering and removing monsters in the other two when we get to that stage. Reminds you a bit of a peculiar The Search for God from Eagle 2. Oh yes, that's my other map, which is my speed map. This will be my first non-speed map. And honestly, after I've done this, I'm going to leave mapping alone for a while at least. Mapping is tiring, man. I prefer to play maps. But yeah, I guess you've not seen this before, so let me just get everything set back to how it's supposed to be. So, hey database, so the idea of this map is basically that shooting fire blue opens doors. So you start off out here. And then yeah, the idea of this map was kind of created by David Derring, although it was inspired by Sigil. The idea of having something that you shoot eyes with, you know. You know, like you shoot eyes. In this case, it was shooting a box. It was kind of the idea of shoot boxes to proceed. So then I just decided to make it, okay, we'll shoot fire blue boxes because it stands out in a sort of warehouse area. Yeah, it's fun, don't get me wrong, I do enjoy mapping, but it is tiring at times. And I infinitely prefer more to play. So when you go into this warehouse area, it's all meant to be themed about being a warehouse. And uh-oh, ambush. Uh-oh, ambush. Quick, go over here. Surprise. More ambush. So you got a little bit of a fight here. Yeah, funnily enough, at one point that was actually sort of the idea at one point, was to create little mazes, height differentiations. But basically what ended up happening was I just had a bunch of ideas and they ended up being rooms, and then here we are. This Arachnotron cage is going to be part of what I have planned for tonight's mapping. I have two areas in mind. Surprise! Revenants. Surprise revenants. So then we go into this room. Oh boy, this room. So you can see here that there's the fire blue thing, and it does lead to this, so it's kind of a clue, it's a thematic thing, flesh. You shoot that, and then... And so the idea here is to kill the archviles very quickly, while you are invincible. Nah, I doubt it. I really like this fight. Well, I'd have been dead then, it's my own stupidity, but luckily we're playing with Buddha mode on, so we can sort of skip that. And then up here you have a secret SSG. If you want it, it's there for you. Yeah, I have Buddha mode on, so I basically, just for the sake of testing, I will be running these without the Buddha mode on to try and get a par time and also gauge it. I have tested this fight without, yeah, I mean, just to bear in mind, man, with the gun, that this is all on ultra violence. When we go through, once I've done all the fights for the map, I will be going back through them and removing monsters, so there won't be quite as much to deal with on the lower difficulties. But the idea of this one works really well because the archviles are like, you can there's a pattern to them. There's a way to sort of figure them out, you know, how to sort of flank around them. And you get plenty of time with 30 seconds on a rocket launcher. And if not, you will have killed most of them. So then down here, nice little void transition to cover up the fact it looks really shit. To be honest with you, I've also a really cool void transition. It's also to cover up the fact that it would look really shitty with the lights on. But anyway, you go down here. And uh-oh, phenomenals. Bit of a corner camping session, but you've only got rockets and chain gun. Another unconventional little quirk to encourage the players to not have just a standard SSG sort of thing. Not very difficult. So then you go up here. This was a Soul Spear secret for a while. It's now a backpack. So again, because the player's been taught about the fire blue shooting thing in the first two areas, they will be conditioned to do it in the future. So then, the big finale. Did I just have an imp? Whatever. So you see this big room over here, or part of the big room. Anyway. Here we go. The big finale. So your goal here is basically to find 4 fire blue things to activate this area. While a metric ton of chaos goes on. A Caco swarm over here. 4 cyber demons rampaging around. Doing a lot of damage. If you are struggling, there's a Mega Spear secret here. This room is not finished, by the way. It is a big crusher. Absolutely. I think I'm gonna need to tone something down a bit here. Something feels a bit, I don't know. I'm gonna need to be more generous with something, possibly. Anyway, there's the first one, which summons some pain elementals into the fray. This looks like shite and you should be ashamed of yourself. Please never map again. Also hi. And thanks for the 33-month sub. So there's one over here, which summons a little barren ambush on the player. Hi, Cyber Demon, who kind of makes us a bit more awkward. Yeah, I just begin to think I might have overdone it a little bit. Maybe. So then here you've got an ambush. One of the cybers has died. You got revs over there on platforms. And then for the finale. Also, I put all the health items next to the crusher. Kind of on purpose. And then you have the 4 lowered things, and you can leave. This feels very, very tricky already. So then that's the map. Yeah, keep in mind that I've been dead a long time ago. I died about 5 or 6 times during that, normally. This is brutal. I think the main problem here is... Well, the main problem here is that the room isn't finished yet, to be fair, so I don't know. I sense I might need to tweak one or two things. First of all, this Archvow idea. I was actually worried that the vials would be too easy to kill, but actually they've proven to be an absolute menace. Just 2 of them up there by themselves. I'm not even sure if I need this 3rd one anymore or not. Maybe I do. It feels like, because I was worried about these crushers being like really ineffective, but surprisingly the crusher absolutely makes this encounter way more difficult, because the player can't just easily move from room to room, and you gotta deal with splash damage, not knowing if the rev rocket's on this corner, and because the crusher is synchronized to all be at the same time, Attack, sneak through. I may have to rethink adding more brutality to this, honestly. I might need to tone it down a bit, possibly. But I will reserve that judgment until I've actually finished the room proper, because there's going to be some more cover over here, I think. And there's going to be more to this area and this area and possibly this area and stuff like that. So this is where we're at now. I really like the idea of the 4 cybers, though. I think the 4 cybers make for a very disturbing threat. You know, they can if you get cornered here with the barons and the cyber, you could be fucked. If you take a wrong turning here because of all the inconvenient barrels and stuff, you get screwed over. You've only essentially got this area, this area, this area, this area, this area, this area. Like, this sort of... You've only really got these 6 points where you can sort of safely move around without there being a lot of clutter at the moment. This area is essentially a dead zone because of the Kako Swarm. This area is okay, but it has archviles in it, so it cuts it off a bit. This area's got too many boxes and little things, so I have to think about that. Maybe some of the areas need to be left kind of small, so the player has room to move around. Because if I fill up every single area, then the player's going to have nowhere to go, and it's just going to be rammed in all directions. There needs to be some small area where the player can make a bit of a stand, other than the middle. Because going to be, but while also making sure there's enough going on so that the player has things to deal with from everywhere. Now this is like really archvile corner right now over here. Massively archvile central. I really do like these vials positioning though. They are really annoying, but if you focus your rocket fire, they do die. Because they're not exactly behind enemies that are tanky. And they stick out. So I like the idea of the vials here. But they will definitely be toned down for the lower difficulties. And just for Naza's sake, if you're still here, I do that we made this first room sort of as a tutorial room. There's no way to get out of this room without shooting that, and you should really notice it because there's fire blue on the wall, there's pistol around the thing sticks out with that. There's even a little, not quite an arrow, but it is an arrow pointing to it. And then the second room again, you got the chain gun right next to the fire blue block. It sticks out from the rest of the area. So by this point the player, and also again there's the fire blue markings on every door. So every single thing that can be triggered with fire blue, well, except for this one, but that's because it's a whole fire blue box, has fire blue around it, you know. And even the giant thing here has it, because I made it stand out. So you always know what you're looking for. Why not eliminate most of these rows of imps or make them hard only? I don't think it's a bad idea, though, to make this section hard to get up. Though, I just need to see how this plays out when the room is fully finished in terms of cover. Because if it means that players have to take a bit of time to clear the room first before they can actually engage with the boxes, that's not a bad thing. I kind of like the awkwardness of how this room plays out in terms of being able to easily get in. I just need to make sure that it is balanced in terms of ammo and health supplies as well, so that the player has a chance. Anyway, on to the part where I create shit in the room. Right, the first thing I'm going to do is, I actually had 2 ideas for area parts at work today. So we are going to do those. So the first thing we're going to do is we are actually going to place a mastermind down. Look at the size of this bloody thing. One idea would be make some floor elevations for the player as well, so you can get higher than the demons. Maybe not a bad idea. Maybe not a bad idea at all, actually. In fact, I think I know what I might do with that in mind. How about this in the middle of the room, so that there's this big height thing in the middle that the player starts on, for one thing. Yeah, that won't mess up that area because the pillar actually nicely blocks that off. So there's no problems with them revealing anything untoward. I should also maybe make this stand out a bit in terms of the textures, not just have blood. That could work. Nice little red tower in the middle, arguably. So when the player enters, they spawn in on here. And yeah, this gives them some elevation and the imp has already caused the chaos there. There's a rogue pinky that is... Whoa. Does this work well, do you reckon? Like, it would give him a bit of a height advantage, and I guess in some cases, cover? Sort of. I like the idea of having this in the middle of the room so the player has a nice ramp to run up or something. Certainly makes the center of the room stick out a bit. Yeah, like you can take some cover with that around the place. It also gives them the height advantage in the middle and kind of makes the middle stick out a bit. I mean, these chain gunners and pistol guys aren't really a threat. They're just there to be rocket fodder and die in the initial skirmish. I guess it means also player as like if they... I guess also this means they have a chance of killing some of the ranged revs. I'm not worried about that because infinite splash damage does allow them all to die if you get the opportunity. I'm just starting to wonder if I should really have put armor over next to the one area of the map where I absolutely know players are going to struggle to get into. Possibly. Or maybe if I do put armor over here, maybe I should make it mega armor. Because this area is hard to get into. I mean, there's cacos here, for God's sake. If you approach it from this side, you'll essentially be getting dealt with cacos. Although if you approach it from this side, you run the risk of getting archvile blasted. And either way, you gotta sort of pull the enemy out awkwardly and then get back in. And over here's a shotgun. Just gave him the shotgun there. Because screw it. It's just there at this point. I don't know. I think this is a good idea to put in the middle of the room. I think, because it gives a player a height thing at the start. Don't know about this texture though. Red with more red? No, I'm not feeling this texture at all. Is there not something else I can pick that might fit here and kind of be coolish? What about that? Like a faded sort of, yeah, like something that has some red in it, but it's like faded as well. Yeah, I think that works better. So it's still got the blood redness, but it's still faded. That looks a lot better. Yeah, I do like this height thing, actually, because it's a cool little height difference, and again, it will provide a bit of cover. I can add some, I mean, there's going to be plenty of cover with crushers and rockets, but it just makes, it just sticks out in the room as a nice central point. And it means I don't have to do too much extra in this area, because essentially this is the hub area. The supply bit, where you gotta go into the crushers and stuff to risk your bacon. So I think we'll keep this area as simple as, just because this is where the player's going to mostly run through. I mean, again, in terms of the map, they're going to be running through these 6 sections mainly to sort of get around the initial onslaught of monsters they'll be dealing with. So I think the middle of the room needs to be simple enough where they just know where everything is and they know what they need to grab. With that in mind, I guess I could put some more stuff on this bloody pyramid now. I guess. Do I keep the soul spears in these positions? Probably should. We could put some ammo around the base of the tower, maybe. Maybe some extra health or armors or something like that. Oops, not a mastermind. We already have one mastermind. We could have some health bonuses and armor bonuses going around this tower a bit, maybe. So that if the player chooses to run over the top of this thing, they're getting a little extra health and armor as they're going over it or something. Maybe that could work a little bit. So they've got a bit of extra health opportunities if they choose to sort of run over it. You know, I actually will change these, I think, to... I'm going to change these to blue armors, I think, around this section, instead of it being green. Because this area is going to be hard enough to get into as it is, so I think if the player manages to sneak in among a Caco Rev sandwich and grab the armor. I think they should be rewarded with the blue armor instead of the green one. Keeping in mind that they're always at threat of being rocketed or getting stuck behind the crusher here for a moment while grabbing it. So I think mega armor should be there in those sections, but otherwise it can remain a sort of a gambit, if you will. You know, if you want to risk going over here to get the mega armor, you're more than welcome to try. But maybe better be patient. And then we can put an armor bonus thing around it as well. Just on the outer skirts. I kind of want it to look a bit of a disorganized jumble, not too sort of symmetrically placed. Now that I think about it though, won't the player be picking up sort of a few of these when they go down? Because they have a mega spear going into this? Hello, Spinzig. It's a pinchy room. So it's got a bit more to it. Hey, Spinzig. Yeah, it's got a third complement of pinchy-ass pistol zombies, but these will die quickly. I guess if maybe I leave some gaps in the thing so that if the player doesn't want to grab any bonuses, they have an option. That should work out okay. But like put more of them around when they do. So that way, yeah, I think that works. That way they don't have to be forced to take them. They've got options to, you know, ignore it and whatnot. Just spam a few more of these around everywhere. Yeah, that way they've got four. That way, if they just want to cross over from any side, they have the 4 paths. Because they will have time to get down from this thing at the beginning if all the monsters are facing the correct way. So I think that works. Adds a height advantage to the room, gives the players some extra slight armor bonuses and stuff if they want to go in. Maybe put some green armor up here as well. That might work. Maybe 2 green armors as well. Would also be a good idea. It's not a perfect sort of thing, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, so you got this sort of... Okay, yeah, this is good. I mean, I didn't know this texture actually animated, but it looks fine like this. So you've got armor, you've got health pickups, you know, you've got options to grab this stuff in the middle, you know. Bit rate. I think this is okay, because if the player sees it from a distance, they can like go, there's the area with the green armor, and then there's the soul spheres as well. Does it? Alright. You got all these, so I could be crossing over. It's like, I'll just grab a few of these on the way, or whatever. Or maybe I'll grab this full armor and run around the tower a bit, and grab extra things. I'm starting to feel like Have I made this room too complicated? Or am I just gonna try and continue with this? I'll have to see. Nah, I want to pull this concept off because I think if it works out really well, then the size of the room is going to be really cool. All right, so we have health and armor bonuses to go alongside this efficient health and all the corners and stuff. If you're testing this room, you might want to attack the lines in the first sector to activate the crushers too. Box! Hello, Dave. Right, so now we move on to this area, which I had planned. How you doing, Annie Alicia? When are you going to give the doll its outfit back? Wasn't aware I was going to do that. So the idea of this area was there will be a mastermind over here, which could be used to sort of be a big threat, but also kill cybers, I guess, or whatever. It would also be in a sort of cage situation. So it doesn't like cover too much of the room. So it would be in between like some sets of boxes or something. So like there would be some boxes here on either side that rise up a bit. Yep, that is a penguin jumper. It's a Christmas jumper. I had to wear it again today, so... Hello, Doc Crimer. Yeah, I think this is the last day I'm going to be wearing the Christmas jumper for work, though. I've had to wear it like a few times. There was a Christmas jumper day on Wednesday for all the class I was in. There was one on Friday for the other class I got put in, and I'll be moving to next year. And then there was another sort of jumper day today because my class were taking pictures, so I was told to bring one in. So yeah, the idea is that there's these boxes that sort of break the room up a bit here, just on the back wall or whatever. And then there's a mastermind and a cage similar to the one in there, and that could be used as an extra threat for the room or whatever. But the idea of this particular one is that I'm kind of hoping it ends up aggroing the cyber here very quickly. So you get a bit of an infight or something. I suppose I could put the mastermind closer to the center of the room, perhaps. I mean, I could wear the jumper every day, but I kind of don't want to. That sounds nice, though. No competition because I'd win it. Now, do I put it in the back of the room here, or do I? Nah, I think I should put it at the back of the room because it's going to be enough of a threat at an angle here. I don't know if I'd have to be very careful about placing cover if I had it more in the middle, because then suddenly there'd be all angles and shit. So I would, Right, so how does this work again with... I have to create some extra lines, don't I? For this to be a mid-text area, or whatever. And whoops. No, not to make the whole floor thing. God, no. Let's not do that. Hello, Nemesis 678. Thanks for the follow yesterday. And how are you doing? I don't know. Right, so I need to create a cage here. How did I do that with this one? I had to create like yeah, was it 16 by 16 sectors that tagged off the lines, didn't I? Or whatever. Oh crap, I've already bollocks this up. Can I just delete these line defs and not fuck up the whole sector? No, of course I can't just do that because I end up with this weird voidness. Let's have a void floor! It's just all darkness and nothing else. No, let's not do that. Gotta do this the fucking awkward way again. Kind of. Sort of. And he's pretty tall, actually, didn't I? What was the height of these sectors? 72 high. I see. So these all need to be 72 higher than the floor. The floor is 256. So that's 328 for these four. Oh boy, we have a... What is going on here? Okay, so we've created that bit. Now we have to create the, No, now we create line defs, don't we? Right? We have to create 3 line defs. Or whatever. I think? Yeah, that's it. We have to create the 3 line defs sort of thing, don't we? So it's like this one, this one. So that's been done like this, basically, but on a bigger scale. Actually, a thought just occurred to me. Oh. Oh wow, this actually works, except I need to set this. I need to set the floor height accordingly. Whoops a daisy. I copied everything in that sector. Well, too well. Oops. Oh God. Oh, ho, ho. Jesus. Right. Bear with me. Let's just set all these sectors to the correct ceiling height first. And that is the wrong fucking ceiling height. What is the... Oh, it's 576, that's why. There we go, now it's the right ceiling height. And the floor height is 256. Okay. There we go. Now rise up out the ground and shit, would you? Yellow. And then we just change that to the correct ceiling to blend in, of course, on all the corners. And then we just gotta change that to the appropriate texture of blood, I guess. Oh yeah, good point. The light level needs to be adjusted as well to the 128 for the room. There. Okay, I think that does the trick. Now, do I keep the texture around the spider the same, or do I mix it up? They should be. They should all be block. Yeah. Block. 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 Yeah, it's blocked. Yeah, that's just for testing purposes. Okay, I don't think there's a way of getting in here, is there? Because again, there's block lines all around the cage, so you're not going to get Archvile jumped in. No matter how hard you try. Nah, you can't even... You won't be able to get in normally with a jump otherwise. Alright, we'll try flying. No, it is completely foolproof. I mean, maybe you get on top of this thing, but you're still not getting in. So you are very much not getting inside, no matter what. So yeah, that works. And we leave these sort of texturing to be the same, because it's a similar sort of thing to the Arachnotron cages. Except it's the bigger version. Much better game, and now I don't have to eat your drivel in chat. I may have to change the texture of the floor, but I don't know if I like the idea of the mastermind just being among the blood just quite like that. I think I may need to change some of the texturing here. Maybe it could be like a red thing. I mean, what did I do with the oh, I didn't actually do anything with the texturing on this one, did I? The thing was just in the cage. Maybe I should keep that consistent here and just have it be there without the adjustment, you know, so it's a bit of a visual consistency, I guess. You know, it's just among... I mean, if I didn't do it for the Arachnotron, I don't do it for this either. So it's just there. Oh, looks like this has to be aligned a little bit, but no worries. Align that a little bit better. There we go. Now it looks fine. So then we can place some boxes around it for some extra stuff. Fill the room a bit. Oh, yeah. Also, maybe if it faces the player, it could trigger the first cyber fight or something. It's not a bad idea, I suppose. I mean, there's plenty of things in the way that will... Actually, if I do that, it will trigger a load of enemies at once and it will murder them. Nah, I'm gonna keep it like that, I think. There's already this imp that's going to panic the cyber demon. It's a bit more subtle. I suppose we could have it face the other way. I'm thinking, like, the player's here, the spider's there. More likely, if that happens, it will probably aggro the cyber and aggro a bunch of these guys. It could work. So I guess we'll try it. Alright, it can face the enemy. Move you a little more central. Anyway, doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Put a few more boxes here. Another idea would put the spider in a higher sector so that the player can have a safe spot against her. Otherwise, she could pretty much hit you from every corner of the map. A higher sector. The thing is, though, I anticipate that the mastermind is probably going to aggro a cyber or something very quickly. I don't anticipate this mastermind surviving too long once a cyber is blasting it. I think. When's the Thursday night movie, Dave? Hey, Vlad guy. Yep, we have arch files. Nah, I kind of like the idea of it being on the ground, to be honest. So, okay, let's just see how this plays out if I just sort of spawn in here. So there it is. I guess it actually is being blocked by the... Yeah, this is what kind of happens. That spider's gonna die very quickly now. Well, maybe not too quickly, but... died in record time, in fact. Oh wait, there's no crushers happening here, so this is a really inaccurate gauge anyway. It should be like... Let's try again. With the crushers working. He bought me a Chinese one, so you can't rip on him. Wow. The spider just dies very quickly with this. Like, it aggroes the cyber demon, and then it dies. Make the line surround the blur spear, trigger the crushers too, so you won't have to be awkward about making sure it's activated. Nah, it's fine. I'll just start here. It's not a big deal. I mean, if the player rushes off the platform, the spider might not immediately be killed, but... I'm thinking it might be better if the spider isn't facing the player's direction at the beginning. Like, it's just something that happens as the player sort of derps around the room, and maybe then a cyber gets picked off by a spider and infights it for a bit or something. Certainly fills up this part of the room quite nicely, that's for sure. Yeah, I think we gotta face it backwards at this point. If there wasn't a cyber demon in front of it, perhaps I would consider... I pressed the fucking unmute button. Stupid bloody thing. Sorry, I said sorry about that. Hi, Mega Wego Smuggler. And I was saying, yeah, I'm starting to feel the burn about trying to keep this kind of scale of encounter balanced well, honestly. It's why I like placing all these walls of pain down to some extent, but then it's like when it comes to actually playing it, it's like, am I doing this right? February Ethereus flashbacks. Okay, let's just go for this again. Why the fuck is there a mastermind there? You don't belong there, mastermind. Please leave. Okay, for some reason I also put one here, which I also didn't want. So it must have been I was scrambling for buttons. It's okay, we got this. Oh, those fucking archviles, man. It's a Christmas jumper. Actually, once this room sort of fades out a bit, it's not too bad to get around at this point. Like, once the initial room starts coming into place, it actually gets a lot easier to move around it, somewhat. Now this is just weird. Like, the initial rush of things happening is very intimidating. And then it kind of... well, it kind of smooths out a bit, actually, at this point. Again, this is not finished, but... This spider does not feel that effective, suddenly. But it is a threat that has to be considered. And now this... where the hell did those vials come from? Oh, they got released somehow. I mean, I guess the spider adds some sort of a threat to the room. Sort of. But... I thought I might have overdone this, but actually once... Yeah... Hey Mercer, thank you for the 14 viewer host. How are you doing this evening, girl? Yeah, I was thinking the opposite side, actually. Twitch shut the bed. Oh. How? It wasn't when you doing a... Oh, is there a way you can't pick? You can do it manually if you type in the name of the chat then raid. I know I have that problem sometimes. There seems to be like two sort of phases to this. There's the initial phase, I mean this is before everything's finished. There's an initial phase where everything is a bit overwhelming for about 30 seconds. Then once the player moves around the room a couple of times, the player then sort of has to keep on top of things, but they can sort of slowly pick the room off, I guess. Which I guess is kind of what I want to happen. I was actually thinking of removing this cyber and just killing the spider here instead. But nah, I'm going to keep it at 4 cybers, I think. Because the cybers get killed by infighting and crusher stuff now. And I want them to be a sort of sustained threat even when the room's quieter. You know, once it calms down a bit or whatever. We're going to need to add some more enemies to this, I think. Like, we need some more ground imps, possibly, or something. Right, anyway, so... Oh, God, this big open space with a mastermind in it. I'm trying to get a gauge of the thingy of the room, really. This area is very busy with all this stuff going on. And this is busy enough, that's busy enough. This middle section is cool, I guess. With all the supplies I've now chucked in it. I meant to put a lot of thought into this, surprisingly. Okay. I think what this room needs, as much as it needs areas with lots of details, is it needs areas where the player is just free to run through with minimal movement constraints as well. And I think honestly that's why I should leave some of these sections relatively low detailed, so the player does have that big open space to play with. Finish the fucking wad, goddammit! Jeez, don't cry, man. Some bloody patience. I'm starting to kind of wish I just made a smaller fight for the end, to be honest. Oh, man. Why did I have to fucking make a stupidly huge room and then realize that stupidly huge rooms require stupidly huge time commitments to make work? Okay. So I think I'm just gonna leave the mastermind area kind of like it is now. No, I can't leave it just like this. This is not it. It's got a good chunk of I mean, this corner's fine. This corner's fine. This corner's fine. This corner is mostly fine. I'm happy with the middle of the room. I just need a few more things in it. And maybe something over here now actually is the main concern. And this is, I think this is where we have some arachnotrons show up. As a sort of contrast to the other side of the room or something. No, not the bloody icon of sin. Hell no. Why on earth would I have an icon of sin? That's just silly. Alright, just bear with me. I have a rough idea of what I want to do with this section too. Ish. I say ish because I'm not sure now. But make it spit out boxes. Alright, then I know, Isha. I will see you later. Yeah, so basically this. Maybe one more area actually with them. It looks like they don't need as much space as I thought, actually. Weirdly enough. I gave them too much space credit, I think. Could sort of rein them in a bit more. With that in mind. Make it tighter. Not maybe too much tighter, but hey, you know, a bit more so. Yeah, get that height sorted at least. Just a tip, you can change their angle by property right-clicking an angle applied to all of them. Hey, Vectormon. How's it going? Will that be enough, do you reckon? 9, 11, 13 arachnotrons on top of this area. Maybe some on this side as well. I just noticed one of these revs is actually made again a peak at a very far corner. Yeah, I noticed there was a rev there that was aggro when I peered in straight away, so that wasn't working. Yeah, also I won't work these guys up here because there's not enough room for them. Well, at least not two, anyway. I also want to change that. Give them a bit more space. Yeah, the revs aren't aggroing now, so that's fixed at least. Yeah, maybe just having two arachnotrons up there just adds a little extra to that. Just like two of them on either sides. Then here you've got some nice arachnotron fire to deal with. Wow. The side is getting wrecked pretty quickly now. Oh, wow. The cybers fall pretty fast. It feels like the health resources are pretty decent at this point. Keep in mind the players can have a rocket launch. Nah, if only 2 of them are dead. The other 2 are still alive and being a nuisance. Yeah, I mean, it feels like initially it is a bit panicky. Then as soon as the enemies, all the cacos are out, it becomes a bit too easy. Ish. But this area remains quite a threat unless you... The archfiles over there keep that area more of a threat over a long distance. The Caco swarm, surprisingly, dies after about a minute. The mastermind gets squashed, but it's their threat from the beginning, I suppose. The Arachnotrons work out quite nicely. What happened here? Where are the barons? Oh yeah, of course. Whoops. Oh yeah, good point. You're right, I don't. Oh, that's why. One of the archfiles got down. This is like the scariest part of the map, this fucking corner. Shut up. It's fine. Whatever. The Barons not teleporting isn't a problem. I'm happy with the Barons. Okay. So, because of the vials, this area remains a threat. Granted, once the player rockets them and clears the rest of the room, the threat disappears more or less. This area is awkward. I'm fine with that. Maybe I'm fine with this, because I feel if this room goes on for too long, it gets a bit boring. Essentially, this room kind of ends up being a bit like a bigger version of this kind of fight, essentially, but with more room. You know, it's intimidating for initially, but once you get into your established corner, you know, you've got the space you need. It's just getting that space, that initial sort of push out, you know. It also really means that the vials become kind of a big priority because they can cover they can piss you off from a good range of the room if you go near them. But you do have the tool to deal with them. You just gotta get the cover to sort of back it up a bit. Oh, this is such a... Ugh. Okay, I think I'm happy with the arachnotrons being on this side and the other side in lesser capacity. I guess I'm generally happy with the spider because it is a threat, but it kind of dies quickly. What are you going for, Dave? Oh, right. Anyway, Snaky. Shut up, Dave. God damn it. Oh, the music's ended. Right. Well, we need some new music now for an hour. As fun as it was listening to the SNES soundtrack. No, is there not one just for the whole of... No, I guess there isn't. Descent OST. I guess that works. Sure. Okay, we'll put the Descent track on then. Thank you for that suggestion, Noiser. I'm starting to debate if this Mastermind is even bloody worth it or not. It probably is. But what can I add into the area around it? It's just not got a lot else going for it. It's a big enough presence to demand a good chunk of the room, and then I've just got this big open space. I don't think I need to add anything else to this bit of the room. These arachnotrons are more than enough of a nuisance. And they work out nicely, I think. In fact, I have so much room, I could add a third layer of them if I wanted to. Possibly. Let me jigger this slightly. First of all, we can have way more room for these guys. In fact, we have way more room to put more of them up there, owing to their nature. So let's get 2 more in there at least. And put them right against the wall, because they don't need as much space as I thought they did. And then we will... How about 3 layers of spiders like that? See how that works. Oh, yes. Oh, this sounds familiar. Yes. Oh, this time the mastermind gets a bit of space to itself. Cool. Okay. I am happy with this side of the room now. We got a nice spider death wall. Perfect. Which causes a bit of a threat as it goes through the room. So that's a nice little area. And there's plenty of spiders to be a deadly threat on different heights as well. So I think that works out very nicely. Okay. Now what do we do about this spider area? Maybe we should add a bit of cover around this area so that the player has a chance against these vials, maybe? Wait, do I just place like some 64 high cover around just to add a few boxes into the mix? Just like a few bits of tiny... Well, actually, it'd have to be higher than that, wouldn't it? Because the arch valves are higher up. That's a good point, actually. Well, maybe I can just put these here anyway, in case the player needs to take cover from other projectile attacks or something. Just to add some interesting architectural depth again. They're not high enough so that they obscure the arachnotron shots, but maybe they are adding there just to add a bit of extra ground cover if the player needs a quick breather or something. Should I make them bigger? I suppose I could make these taller, perhaps. Then I could make these a bit higher or something. Or do I keep them 64 height? Just makes the room, it just breaks this big room up a bit, but I don't think I want to add too much to this area, because with this mastermind still alive, it's going to be a bit of a pain for the player. But I guess if these little boxes are here, they have a bit of tiny cover they can use to dart between the mastermind's attacks. Otherwise, I don't think I want to add too much to this area architecturally. I think it's because I want the mastermind to sort of have the widest reach, and also just keep it a nice area the player can run around. think I could make these like higher though. In fact, we'll do that. We'll make them a little higher so that they have some arch valve cover if they need it. But to compensate this, we'll also make these higher so that the electrons can still shoot over or whatever. You like the sweater? Oh, thanks. We won't put anything on top of these boxes. We'll just leave them as is, I think. This area is busy enough with the mastermind in it. So it's kind of like a quieter area. Yeah, it's a Christmas jumper, to be fair, yeah. I guess one thing I'm generally kind of happy with is the fact that the middle has all the good ammo in it. Like, there's some little health things on the sides and stuff, but the player still needs to go to the middle to get most of the things. But it seems like once the initial fight breaks down, it's very easy to sort of duck back into the middle of the room, I guess, and get what you need. I mean, the middle is not too hard to sort of, I mean, it's chaotic enough up to a point, but it's not inconvenient to sort of know what you're going for. You've got the soul spears on the little platforms to aim at. Hey, well, okay, the map's looking good. Yeah, this is a ball ache to do, though. Like, if I ever make another map, I need to either get better at doing this kind of big fight, or I need to just not do this kind of big fight. Like, this is a really cool idea when I started doing it. Then I realized how much effort goes into making a large-scale fight like this. It's like, oh, good grief. But we're getting there. We are getting there. Definitely. So we're gonna leave this as is because it's a nice open space. I'm happy with this side of the room. I'm happy with this side of the room with the mastermind now a thing in it. This is still the most threatening part of the room. So all that leaves then, I guess, yeah, I think smaller scale. I mean, this was gonna be smaller scale up to a point. I mean, look at the rest of the, you could fit almost the entire rest of the map into this. It's just that I started creating this and I'm like, okay, small scale, small scale, small scale ambush, biggish, a sort of tight ambush, small ambush, and I thought, fuck it, big finale. Let's have a massive fucking finale for this, you know. It's a big fight at the end where you gotta do all the cool shit. And I guess something else to consider is that since I'm not giving the player any other weapons, it might not be a bad thing that map does ease down after initial blowback, because they've only got chain guns and rockets. So, you know, cybers aren't dying easily without some assistance. It just feels like there needs to be a bit more menace to the room after the initial minute, if possible. Or I just need a bit more numbers that can stick around a bit and be an annoying pain. These Antatrons are good for that. These Revs are good for that. After the Caco Swarm helps for a little bit. This area like absolutely denies the player until they engage it. Maybe they'll end up doing that last. And also with pain elementals will pop in. I think I'll scrap my idea of adding. I was considering. The third idea I was considering doing was I was considering adding a bunch of lost soul vents. Like all over the room. Like little squares where there's like little lost soul vents. And have some of them pour out from all angles. A bit. Then again, Yeah, I'm starting to think that this might be enough as it is, to be honest. It'd just be like little vents of about 3 or 4 lost souls in each one. So it'd just be simply like creating some upper squares in some of these. Wouldn't be that hard to do. I just don't know if I need to add lost souls into this or not. As an extra pest. No, not yet. No, we're not done with this room yet. I have 2 more areas to sort of flesh out completely. One of them, well, 3 actually. I need to know. I mean, I've got a wall of mancubus here, but what am I doing below the mancubus? Anything? Because if this area is kind of sort of a quieter-ish area, this area is too calm. And even though there's a mega sphere, I need something over here now. Maybe like a second. Oh, sorry, maybe like a second layer of things down here, possibly. Make a cyber pillar. I don't want to make a cyber pillar though, because I have 4 roaming cyber demons. There's not going to be any cyber pillars. Add a tourniquet. Add some platforming. This is the platforming over here. Once you deal with the arch files, you gotta go up this section to climb this tower to enter this to shoot one of the blocks. That is the platforming. Now, speaking of adding some death pits to reduce space and from platforms within to maneuver them. Death pits. Nah, I've already got this death pit over here as well. Although you shouldn't really be going into it. This actually takes an entire block of the room out, almost. In fact, I put some armor on the edges so the player has a slight incentive to snip in. Although now that I think about it, considering how quickly the Cackle Swarm disperses, maybe I should switch this up a bit. Because honestly, this is a bit too... No, actually I'll keep that as is, I think. With the 2 mega armors there, I guess. Nah, actually screw it, I changed my mind. This swarm area is a threat, but only like... There. I'm gonna put 1 mega armor here because I'll put another box of shells here just for the people that bother with the... What the hell? How did I miss that missing texture? That's weird. Good thing I caught that. We're good on the other sides though. So, it's fine. Pinkies on platforms. Yeah, that'll be real useful. I do have an idea what I want to do with this bit though. Yeah, that seems okay. But that's not what I want to do with that area. I don't think. Oh no, this is what I want to do with this area. I think I'll remove the pinkies from this area because the arch valves are causing enough of a problem in this area as is. I'm going to remove them all. I don't think they serve any purpose. So behind wall number 2 we have... Maybe it could be disguised a bit better with a few removed from the outer edges. We have a pinky horde. Okay, the player's going to see 1 or 2 of them. I'm fine with that. Look at that. A massive horde of pinkies that comes pouring out of this corner to be an annoying ball of meaty flesh that emerges from round the back. And easily killable with a shit ton of rockets, but annoying all the same. I figure. I wonder if the Hell Knights might be a bit too much and back behind it then in that case. Or not. Excuse me. I like it though. It adds a sort of. I mean, the pinkies will be all over the place. They'll run around. They'll sort of keep that. I'm sort of wanting to achieve a similar-ish effect to how these cacos kind of block this corner of the room. So the pinkies make this corner of the room a bit awkward to move around unless you kill a few as well. And you got the arachnotrons here. So essentially, what I will do on purpose, I think, is I will leave this area of the room very much open to some extent, so the player has some breathing space, perhaps. I'll add a couple of things to that side. So then, all we have to do is... Now I'm happy with this setup here with the imp fighting this dude. Almost. They have like a massive posse of imps here to some extent. Yeah, a massive group of imps behind this one. With the one imp sort of up there. So if you're pushing me to finish it, you just want to play it. I mean, these imps will be killed pretty easily by everything, and there'll be a sort of by numbers thing, and also gives the bit more carnage to the room. And then leave this one kind of empty so that the player can also clearly see the exit. Or maybe only put a few imps down this section, not as many as before. Oh, those imps are facing the right way, yeah. And over here I'll just have a few straggler enemies lying around, like randomly or whatever. Just like odd demons or something. Maybe a Hell Knight or two. So they seem like a bit of a... It's like a lighter area, but it still put some stuff in it. No, not Archviles. No, we're not adding... We have enough Archviles. Please. We have the two over here, but if they are released, they're a pain. And these three up here are area denying enough of the area. A vial behind the exit bars. What, like in here? Oh my god, that would be fucking evil. Imagine if I just shoved like 50 vials at the end. That would be a final fuck you. 10 vials just run out. Oh my god, I love that idea. Yes. To make it a thing. Yeah, okay, maybe not 10. How about 6? Make him ambush too. That'll be kind of difficult though, I guess. I suppose it's a threat that the player knows is coming if they hear for it. And as it lowers the barriers, it might even allow them to sort of snipe you from this area as you start. Sky's floor seems more intuitive for an exit sector. Can you do that? Can you just say it to the sky? Oh, okay, well, yeah, we'll do that then. Although I kind of like the idea of having it be water, to be honest, as a sort of nice tonic. But honestly, the voidy sky thing works too. Sure, we can do a sky thing. Okay, so as it stands, I think we might be just about done with fights. Ugh. Sky in the middle of the water, make it look surreal. Yeah, we'll just go for the sky exit, it's fine. Whatever works. I think the 6 archvials behind the door could be interesting because the player will know that the vials are there to some extent. And they can try and deal with them maybe by sniping them with the chain gun. But they also know that as soon as they press the fast switch that 6 vials will appear on the level and cause a bit of chaos. But if you know they're coming, you can be prepared for them. Especially if you've cleared the room, you can just sort of do that. And if not, well, you're getting a nice surprise of 6 vials. Less on lower difficulties, of course. So I've added a shitload of imps to this bit. I'm keeping this section kind of empty. I've got the Pinky Swarm here. I've got a little random cluster of enemies around here. I've got the Arachnotron Death Wall here. The Kako Red thing here. This section. The Archvile Pit of Death. The only thing we have to do is test this now. Oh, that's good, World Misfit. I'm not so sure there's anything else I can add to this room. I think we have the fight areas sorted here. We need to see if this works, so let's test it, I guess. Dave, get back to streaming. that's the first time I've died at this point. Alright, well, Breath Note will kill players sometimes. Getting to about the 4-minute mark upon going down here again. No, we are testing the we are testing the final room. Right. But we might be close. It really just depends how this final so I'm just doing this for sake of time, so I get an idea of time too. It's gonna be a real pain to have to beat this map. Right, so this is where we save and go into the room. Okay, how do I want to approach my own fight? Enemy count is 944. Well, just over 900 with the yes. That pinky swarm adds a really, really nice menace to that corner of the map, which is intimidating for a bit, then it gets flattened. Uh-oh. Oh, need to be careful here. Ow. Ah, finally got that bloody vial. Ow. No, I think this is brutal enough, honestly. How am I gonna deal with these fucking cybers? I've run out of things to lacerate them with. Oh nice, he died fast because he's probably taking a shitload of beating from earlier. I think. Holy shit, those revs are fucking getting in a lot more than I thought they would. I need to move this tower a bit. Like, all this tower. The Archvile nest is way too close to the climb here. I need to move this entire section, like, a bit more inside or something. Hey, Tova. No, this is just the OST I'm listening to while I test this. Oh, God. Oh, God, that alone makes this whole room more threatening. God damn it. Okay, these webs are actually proving to be a bit more of a pain than I had envisioned. Sort of. They seem to be dying a lot before, but now it feels like they really are, they have become snipers. Of sorts. I think we're gonna have to add something to that bit. I've died several times, but I would be safe scumming this. Oh shit, did I just trigger the vials to appear? Oh no, we're not done yet. I got one more section to go. You found the perfect Nokia Arabic ringtone. No. Let's not do that. Whew. Okay, night, Dave. Nah, I don't think we need to put some block monster lines there. No, I'm not picking that music, Doc. God damn it, Mega. Yes, I want to make some changes with this based on what I've just done. Okay, so I've noticed that there's one main problem. These revs are in a really nice position to be annoying and get killed. One problem: if the revs don't get murdered en masse, they are kind of an irritation for this. I need to remedy that. And the second thing I noticed is that when I came up to this tower and the Paino Mills came, I was kind of a bit buggered. So I think what I'm going to do here is place a power up here. Like a soul spear, I think, in this room. I think this deserves a soul spear up here. Because the player then has to deal with the Paino Mills and they're probably going to take a hit or two getting down. So I'm placing a soul spear up here just to assist with that. So that should take care of that. Well, as long as you don't delete 72 commands like a fucking idiot, then that should be fine. A more serious link regarding music in case you really want to pay. No, Dave, because then that will just be cheap. That'll make it easier. No, the problem is, Dave, is that they become the most annoying snipers. And keep in mind that you have to wait for the crusher sometimes. I don't know. I like the revs in one hand, but on the other hand, they become this sort of annoying sniper to deal with after. I mean, I was playing with free look on, and I was making some. Okay, no, actually, the bigger problem I have is that all this is way too fucking close. I need to move this entire area, like, over here a bit, which hopefully I can just do, because there's not enough room between the vials from below, basically. Oh, perfect. That hasn't fucked anything up alignment-wise. Because I noticed, like, there's a really tiny gap here, and if you're not playing in free look, you can have a problem killing these archviles who are pinging you off from below. So I need to create some more space on this corridor a bit, and tighten up a bit towards there. Maybe a little more over there like that, yeah. Yeah, I think that's enough space there, do you think? I don't think I want it too close because then it becomes... No free look player friendly. No, I'm thinking of players who aren't using free look are going to really struggle. I was struggling enough as it was. I really like these vials. They are devious but fair, because you just have to fire a bunch of rockets up there and there's enough cover around. I think what I'm also going to do is I'm going to place some cover... Oh, sorry. I'm going to place some extra cover here as well. Moving it over a bit. Just in case the player wants to use this area to deal with the... vials at the very end. Just a bit of extra cover that might also just be useful in general. Maybe like 2 more, maybe like a sort of bigger one here as well, just so there's a bit of variety in that, but not like too much. So like stick that up there. Ooh. That's, oh, I know what the problem is. It's not aligned wide enough on that side. There we go. Box that there like that. And then sort of maybe delete you. Maybe some marble block instead of a simple crate. No. The whole idea of this room, if I wanted to go for more variants, I would do that. And to be honest, I'd probably be using a TNT pack or something with extra crates. No, the whole idea of this room is to have the contrast of hellish background, but everything else is warehousey. So it's like, this was a warehouse. You have to imagine at one point this was just an ordinary warehouse. So there's lots and lots of boxes. That is deliberate choice. It's like it's a contrast. So yes, okay, it means lots of boxes everywhere, but it adds to the feel of the map. Yeah, I think having this here as extra cover is a good idea. I'm just a little concerned that the vials might occasionally, you know what, let's remove 2 of them. Just have 4. I think 4 will be enough. Shut up, Doc, I don't have coronavirus. Coughing is not a sign of coronavirus. Persistent coughing is a sign, but... buddy, kids, work, someone coughs. Coronavirus! Coronavirus! Shut up. Well, I guess I'm infected then, Banfus, in that case. Alright now, Barkay. Thank you for viewing, and yeah, I think that adds a bit of extra cover, but it also keeps the area kind of clean as well. Yeah, this Pinky Swarm works out really nicely because it forces the player to start using rockets. I mean, to be honest with you, it seems like the rockets are going to be the main thing used for this, although I will keep the ammo out. I think I'm happy with the most of the health and enemy health placement at this point. Just felt there need to be a soul spear up here to assist with the pain elementals up here. I think ammo is good. I don't think I've had an ammo problem too much. Maybe I could add like a few extra rocket packs. Just a couple extra maybe in these rows just to tighten them up a bit. I'm just going to add a few extra rockets. But I think generally ammo and health are fine mostly. Because it is meant to be chaotic in that first minute. Getting around the room, but then it settles down a bit, but you still gotta keep moving and stuff. Hey Horus, the Revenants are in the sniper corner. I'm not putting any on the ground because quite frankly the ones we have are annoying enough. I'd probably be an Archvile, Banfus, because I could res people and it'd be fun. I think if there were reds on the ground, this would be ridiculously annoying. It's already annoying enough when you have to wait for the crusher and there's a red thing behind you, just get hit, because you sometimes have to wait for the crusher to like pop back up. So I must have replaced these with not revs, but I kind of like the idea of them being here and being revs, so I don't want to change that. I do want to add an easier way to kill them though. If I could. And I think I know what I could do. I have an idea. a really interesting one. Yes, yes, this is going to be perfect. Right. Let's see if I can get this to work. Now what? Now it has to be a box that can be shooted. Okay, I guess the problem is, well, it won't be. The thing is, all right. No, it'll work out okay. So what I do is, let's see, which one would be a perfect sort of. Oh crap. No, I'm not replacing the revs. I'm happy with the revs, but I have an idea. But what I need to do is I need to pick, let's see. Preferably has to be one that is kind of easy to kill with splash, maybe? I need to test something here, if I may. 923 enemies. Holy shit, that's a lot. I think that's beefy enough. Ah, yeah, they can shoot across here, can't they? Well, you'd have to be up on this little crusher platform to do it, but it's doable. Yeah, you can see. Now, we don't need 77 more enemies. Keep in mind there will be Pain Elementals and Archviles doing a bit of rezzing, so that number could easily get to 1,000. Okay, so the player can kind of reach shooting distance here. So this is my idea, right? We turn one of these boxes into a fire blue box. Shooting the fire blue box triggers crushers on all the revs and kills them. So all we have to do now is create a little crusher section on every rev. Ah, but it's not. It's not easy to do, because if you try and do it straight away, the cacos block you. And we can also accommodate that by making the pit rise quicker. No, because let's see. You know what I might actually do with that in mind? I might raise the pit slightly quick. I might actually decrease the pit's size a little bit. Make it a bit smaller so they rise faster out of it. Well, I don't know actually. Let's just put it back to normal. Let's just test that real quick before we go any further. How would that... Yeah, I think we're gonna have to decrease the size of this pit by a bit to make this work. Just a little bit. Just give it a bit more of a raise so they show up a tad faster. Just a tiny bit. Yeah. Oh bloody hell, what have I done with this? Oh, they're all on top of weird things now. That isn't what I intended at all. What the bloody hell? No. Go back in there, please. You are not meant to be fucking jutting out like that. It's alright. Hey, Roger. How's it going? It's alright, we'll quickly fix this. It's easy enough. I think I know what the problem is. I didn't account for different heights. It's fine. I will quickly remedy that problem. Yeah, there we go. Nice and simple. There. Roger's been here for hours. No, he hasn't. But only on a pedestal. Nah, the reason it's not too easy to do is that the player has to get all the way over here. There's a pack of imps in the way, blocking them. By the time that they get over here to attempt to shoot that, the Caco demons arrive. So basically they will not be able to get that fire blue in the initial stages of the fight. Right? However, later on, when the revenants are basically just annoying snipers that just need to be fucking killed if you want to, that's when you can attempt to go for the fire blue box. And if you notice it and shoot it, you get a nice reward and you kill all the refs. And that's what we're gonna do. This also helps for UV max runs. But also just to get rid of these fuckers. Because why would you not want to get rid of them? So let's create that as sector 54, then we have to find the right. Then all we have to do is tag. Actually, can the player even shoot the box from over here? Yeah, I suppose they could actually, so I guess we should just make it all the sides of the box, just in case. Well, 3 out of 4. Right, so unused, generalize action, crusher, trigger, gunfire once, speed, fast, maybe normal actually, have them slow, monsters, no, silent, no. And then the ceiling will come down and do whatever. I suppose what we have to do here is set some tasteful textures to all of this. Oops, sorry. Make sure it looks nice. Yeah, we'll have to texture us. It's going to be. What on earth should we have anyway? I don't think we should texture this. Maybe because that would be like marble, I guess. They can just be marble crushers. They don't have to be anything particularly. That would be nice marble crushers, perhaps. Hey, J messed up 966. Since this is a Doom, I want to talk Doom stuff. Best day I found a pretty cool Furnace A Doom file with a nice piece of code, but I couldn't get it to work. What is that, Roger? Experimental GZ Doom ZD Ray. A node generator and light baking utility. They sound pretty good. What do you mean seems to be caged in? No. Oh shit, you're right. What the hell happened here? How did that happen? Oh, thank you for pointing that out. I did not notice that. Christ. That was a good catch there. Right, anyway. Nah, I probably should texture him something marble-ish. But what? Nah, screw it. Let's just make them marble crushers. That will work. Or we could make them fleshy, maybe? Nah, I'll just make them marble crushers. I'll keep it simple. I'll just keep it nice and simple. Marble crushers. That'll do. Alright. Now, just gotta stick all these to the 576 so they blend into the ceiling. Just want to check something. Yeah, there's not going to be any home problems here because they're all correctly aligned, which is good. Okay, now we just need to test it. So place ourselves here. Revs be gone. Yeah, because there's no way the player gets to that. I mean, the only way that the player could do it from the very beginning was if they used no auto aim, free look, and sniped it. Is it possible to put crushers that only crush once and then start moving when they go down once? That'll be cool, but I don't think I really need to do that. If anything, the marble crushers crushing the things add to the sort of background of the level once they're utilized. But, oh, you're doing research for episode 2 of I Have No Idea. Excellent, Praja. That's more like it. I mean, if the player wants to friggin' use no free aim, mouse look, snipe that, and does it first shot, then they can have the rev kills. That's honestly not a problem for me. The revs are now gone, whatever, it's fine. For me, the Revenants lose their purpose as being fun once the fight breaks down. They just become annoying snipers after that point. So I'm glad there's this nice option to kill them that players can pick up on. Yeah, and also these marble crushers look really nice when they're in the level. Look at that. Whee! Makes it look a bit more alive. So yeah, that takes care of the rev problem for UV maxers and for anyone who just hates the bloody things. If you can earn yourself a quick shot on that fire blue, you have earned the right to kill them quick. Good riddance, I say. So I am happy with that. That fixes the Revenants being irritating after the first minute problem. A soul spear up here will amend that. With now We've made this a bit more accessible for non-free looks, so they have a bit more of a shooting chance. I wonder if I should lower these actually a bit. Nah, they're fine as is. I'm happy with the sort of pocket of enemies here. We got 4 vials behind the wall and ultra violence here. And we have, what, 924 enemies to start with? Of which 700 plus of them are in this final room. I can't think of anything else I want to add. I think this is chaotic enough. So, yeah, I'm gonna call this the fights are finished. Honestly. I don't think there's anything else we can add here. I think there's plenty for the player to deal with in this room. And again, even with the extras, even if they kill everything, they still gotta draw out the ambushes here under the crushers. When they climb this tower, they'll get some pain elements to deal with. When they go in here, they have some barons to deal with. And over here, they'll get 2 extra vials to deal with. And at the very end, they get 4 extra vials running at their face. So... Oh, OBS dirt for a second there, but it's fine. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, Tourniquet, tonight's stream has been me starting to feel, have I overcomplicated this too much? And honestly, this room size I kind of have, but I think I've done enough. Yeah, that will come with the polishing element, Dave. We may have to do some further tweaking, because now we gotta test this fight a dozen times and see if it plays out nicely. But basically, I think I've designed every fight. I think what helps in this case is that there are 2 areas where the player has a bit of room to move. And it feels like, although it does feel a bit constricting, yeah, I'll be testing it in PR Boom. Once I'm satisfied with the fights, PR Boom will get a quick test, don't worry. I'm not going to neglect PR Boom. It's your face when someone posts a gift in a Discord and that stops the stream dead in its tracks. God, that sucks balls. Yeah, definitely next time. Next time I make a map, I need to not create a big room like this. Unless I'm prepared to handle it. Oh, no, Dave. Right, so... It is getting a bit late. So, I think we will call it there. Oh, I pressed the wrong button there, didn't I? F9, you idiot. So yeah, we have 923 enemies. That's how many we have in this map now. 923. Oh my god, look at this. Look at how it looks on the auto map. It looks so... Well, it looks... boxy as hell. Hang on. Jesus Christ, what? Ah, sorry about that. Where were we? Oh boy, this is a problem. I think. Or would that show normally? We'll file that under things to fix on a technical level next time. Yeah, 923 enemies. But let's just quickly go through the map and sort of just see how many are actually in the last room, sort of thing. Murder box. We're just testing something real quick. Alright. That's all the enemies killed before the this. It was a map Dolby made for you back in like 15. Maybe you should call it somewhat similar. The Turn of the Murder Box. Oh, you mean that map with the revenants everywhere that was like a challenge map or something? Alright, 222 out of 939. We started with 924. That means 15 plus were added. So that's 208 enemies. And then the rest are in this big room over here. So there's 700 plus enemies basically in this area. Why is there an imp over there that's kind of randomly firing? Oh well, it's fine. Oh, a square room with a lot of switches. Oh, maybe I don't remember that one. I remember one that was like... Murder Blue. Yeah, I'll think about it. Whoa, Murder Blue. The thing is, though, it's not all about this giant box. It's about shooting fire blue boxes. But we'll have to think about that. Murder Blue. Could be good. Yeah, alright. So, yeah, basically this is like two sort of maps. There's the normal sort of map here, and there's the fuck you, I just want to dump 700 enemies and have a big scrap ending part. What can I say? I love my big fights. So, this is going to be very, very wonky-ish, but we'll see how it goes. Right, so at least now I have designed every fight in the ward as I sort of want it planned at the moment. At least there's everything done. We've got all the architecture, we've got all the 9 squares filled in this final room. I'm very, very happy with the rest of the map prior to that. I don't think I'm going to need to make any real further tweaks to everything before the final room. I think every fight, the opening fight here is the best one, I think, because it just works really well with the weapons. I think this ambush is pretty good. It's a bit tight over here, but I think it works out fine regardless, because there's just a right amount of enemies. I think this room fight works perfectly because it's small enough. You get a God Spear. It seems enough time to deal with the Revenants on even Ultra Violence. I've been getting through this fight pretty consistently. And obviously I'll lower the count on lower difficulties. It's just this fight. If I can get through this fight enough times and not really struggle too much, then I think I'm ready to get this out. And it'll just be a case of difficulty tweaks, setting part, and all the boring technical stuff for the rest of the week then. Yeah, wearing in the casuals with a lukewarm reception just to crush them in the final room. Seems like that's the style of it. But it's not like I'm trying to go on full-on slaughter. I mean, someone could redesign this map and make it into a proper slaughter map. That would be brutal. But I'm trying to be sort of brutal, but not 100%. And definitely, I mean, an ultra violent, sure, go ahead. Let's ramp it up a bit, but let's not go full crazy. Anyway, so that's going to be the end of the stream of tonight. I can't believe it. I mean, I still have to test this, but I can't believe I've actually got to this point where I've actually designed every fight in the map now. I thought I'd be struggling with 1 or 2 of these areas, but no, we've done it. Tonight we've weighed this out, we've weighed this area out, we've weighed this area out, we've weighed this area out, we've improved this area, we've tweaked a few of the areas, we've had a cool little extra crusher thing over here. Dubs caused us a warm-up, and we've got a high monster count. And I guess what also adds to the initial problem at the beginning of this fight is this invisibility spear. But it's needed. If I take this invisibility spear out of the equation for this hit scan wall, it would probably be a lot nastier at this point. The sort of general gist I get for this fight, playing it a few times, is that in the first 30 seconds to a minute, it is a real tight fight where getting a foothold is difficult because you've got the Pinky Swarm here, the Kako Swarm there, you've got a decent chunk of enemies and projectiles flying over God knows where. But then... Oh, you cheered twice because of that. Weird. Well, thanks. Then after the first minute, it seems that you get enough room to do what you need to do. And then the only really sort of threatening area is this one, which seems to be the real bastard area that you need to get rid of. But if you're careful enough, you don't go near it until you've got a good shot on a lineup. And there seems to be plenty of room to move around and weave between the crushers and dodge the projectiles, and you gotta keep moving, but there doesn't seem like after that first minute when you've killed the Pinky Swarm, when a lot of enemies have disappeared, it seems like with the infighting and your rockets combined that there's enough room to do what you need to do. And now that we've had this Revenant Crusher thing over here, it should make this will eliminate the Revenant problem. So really the room kind of winds down as it goes on, and that's fine. You know, there's a few surprises in store. And I like the intensity of the first minute. So if I can pull this off a few times myself, I'll be very happy with this. I think this is a good area. And I like this crusher idea. This crusher idea is so good. It's so annoying in a way I've not seen crushers be annoying for a while. I can't believe I literally thought of that based off one comment. Like, I was trying to think of what to do, and then a comment came. Crushers. Oh, I know. Let's do a tic-tac-toe grid. So, yeah. Good shit. Right. Anyway. I will be back here tomorrow, where we will be testing that final fight and seeing if it works. And if it does, then we can start the polishing process, adding details and all the fancy stuff. So thank you all for watching tonight. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. Thanks for your input and helping with the mapping process. And hopefully tomorrow we might be nearly done. Good night, everyone.